And welcome to the PCC Board of Trustees, regular business meeting number 23. Any public comments? Oh, I'm sorry. Roll call, please.
Trustee Chen Lao,
Here.
Trustee Gibson,
Here.
Trustee Kwong,
Here.
Trustee Martin,
Here.
Trustee Osterling,
Here.
Trustee Silver, Trustee Wong.
Here.
Public comment on closed session agenda items.
Is Ms. Shaganaka here? Okay. Our public comment will come from Dr. Bernardo. You have 3 minutes for public comment.
Good afternoon to the board. It's story time. You know, when Disney decided it would make a story about a black princess, I wasn't sure if I was going to like the movie. I was like, is Disney really going to hire the people they need to hire to make sure this story is told right? But I was pleasantly surprised by a lot of things in that movie. One of them was a song like Almost There. So many of us who are in the minority or underrepresented understand well the feeling of being almost there. We were almost there during the 60s civil rights movement, and for a while it seemed like we maybe kind of almost got there, but with every step forward, for all people, there was always a backlash against some people. In 2013, the Voting Rights Act was gutted by the Supreme Court in Shelby v. Holder because, according to John Roberts, clearly now that America has elected its first black president, racism was gone from every corner of the nation. Obviously not. Hence backlash and backsliding. Almost There got further away. I'd like to speak right now about the KHA department, which is almost there. These brave faculty who risked retaliation and presented their vote of no confidence against their dean, Dion Miller, could only have hoped that this board would take their allegations seriously, and you did, to all of your credit. An investigation was launched placing Dean Miller on administrative leave. Now, we have come to the point of being almost there with this matter. She's been gone, but not yet gone, for the last 6 months. The specter of Miller's presence hangs heavily like a sword of Damocles over everyone's heads in KHA, wondering if they will be finally freed from the misery of her management. I hope, board, if it seems like what is on the agenda is actually happening in closed session today, that you vote to put an end to this drawn-out, almost there situation and remove Dean Miller. I make it a point to teach ethics in my sports medicine classes because anyone who aims to care for others needs to have a strong foundation in ethical principles and behavior. One of the fields of thought on ethics that I teach is utilitarianism. Now, I'm not a fan of utilitarian principles in all situations because taken to an extreme, utilitarianism can be claimed to justify atrocities committed in the name of the greater good. But in many situations, if you start with a utilitarian viewpoint, the right answer usually can be reasoned out from there if the underlying intent really is to do the most good for the most people as possible. In Star Trek terms, and Star Trek is basically ethics in space, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. I would argue that the needs of the many, the KHA faculty, outweigh the needs of the one. If you consider the damage Miller has been able to do in the last 6 years to just about everyone in KHA, there are many more people who would be helped by her immediate departure than there are by her remaining in charge of KHA. We're almost there, board, but we need a majority vote in order to execute the action that would bring the most good to the faculty who suffered under Miller. Be logical. Be Spock from Wrath of Khan. All it takes is your vote. You don't even have to climb into the dilithium chamber in order to save everyone on this metaphorical ship. You just have to remember why you're being asked to take this vote, and that is for the good of the many.
And that concludes public comments for closed session agenda items.
Closed session agenda items are the following. 1, public employee appointment, Government Code Section 54957, title Acting Superintendent President. 2, public employee appointment, Government Code Section 54957, title Interim Superintendent President. Conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6, agency representation, Yerma Rodriguez Moisa and Paul McLaughlin, Counsel for District, unrepresented employee, Interim Superintendent President. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivisions D2 and E3, one potential case. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Public Employee Relations Board case number LACE 6601-E. 6, Government Code 54957, Public Employee Appointment, General Counselor, Transfer Honors Counselor, Illustration Instructor, Mathematics Instructor, Interactive Design Instructor, Teacher Specialist, Art History Instructor, Career Counselor, geography instructor, cinema instructor, dental hygiene instructor, fire technology instructor, biological sciences instructor, and architecture instructor. 7, Government Code 54956.9A, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, name and case, John Sipkas v. Pasadena Area Community College District, case number 20STCV09245. Government Code, this is number 8, 54957, employee discipline, dismissal, release, employee PC 1193101. Government Code 5457.6, conference with labor negotiator, agency designated representative, Robert Belinsky, Assistant Superintendent, Vice President, Human Resources. We're almost there. Item number 10, Government Code 54956.8, conference with real property negotiator, address 1905 Lincoln Boulevard, Pasadena. Negotiating parties, district negotiator Candace D. Jones, Pasadena Unified School District negotiator Kinsley Udo. Government Code 54956.8, and this is number 11, conference with real property negotiator, address 4105 Rosemead Boulevard, Rosemead, California, negotiating parties, district negotiator Candace D. Jones, El Monte Union High School District negotiator Will Elatar. We're going to recess for closed session. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I hope everyone's doing well. I'd like to call this meeting to order, but first, we have some items to report out from closed session. In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action to appoint Dr. Laura Ramirez as acting president superintendent for the period of June 22nd through July 23rd, 2023, or until the beginning of the term of the interim superintendent president, whichever is later. Second, in closed session, the board took action to appoint Dr. Jose Gomez as interim superintendent, subject to ratification of an employment agreement. The vote was unanimous. The motion was made by Trustee Osterling, seconded by Trustee Gibson, and the vote was unanimous. I'd like to take this opportunity to share a little bit about Dr. Jose Gomez. Dr. Gomez was raised in San Gabriel Valley. As a first-generation college student, Dr. Gomez attended Mount Sac College, Citrus College, before transferring through the Educational Opportunity EOP program to Cal Poly Pomona, where he earned a bachelor's degree in sociology. Dr. Gomez who was a CSU Chancellor's Doctoral Incentive Program Scholar, went on to earn a master's degree in political science and public administration and a PhD in political science from the University of Southern California. At USC, he was a Stephen B. Sample Presidential Fellow and was awarded the A. John Randolph Haynes and Dora Haynes Foundation Fellowship and Outstanding Master's Graduate Student Award from the USC School of Public Policy, Planning, and Development. In April 2019, he received Cal Poly Pomona's Distinguished Alumnus Award. Dr. Gomez is an executive president, provost, and chief operating officer at California State University, Los Angeles. Cal State LA is a premier comprehensive public university in the heart of Los Angeles, ranked #1 in the nation for the upward mobility of its students. The university is a Hispanic-serving institution, minority-serving institution, and Asian American and Native American Pacific Islander-serving institution. Throughout his career, Dr. Gomez has been an advocate for greater access to higher education. In his 13 years of Cal State LA, he has led major initiatives to expand opportunities for students. These include Cal State LA's downtown campus, Cal State LA's Prison BA Graduate Initiative, California's first bachelor degree program taught in state prison, and Cal State LA Bioscience, a regional bioscience collaboration that includes an incubator to provide laboratories, equipment, and support for students and emerging entrepreneurs. Under Dr. Gomez's leadership as provost, Cal State LA's enrollment and graduation rate have climbed. The university is #1 in the CSU and the county and the country in the overperformance of expected graduation rates among four-year universities. Cal State LA was named the champion of higher education by excellence in transfer by the Campaign for College for Opportunity for its exemplary efforts in enrolling and supporting transfer students. As provost, Dr. Gomez also oversaw the hiring of the largest group of tenure-track faculty in the history of Cal State LA in 2022-2023. Dr. Gomez developed and negotiated the public-private partnership between the Los Angeles Football Club, LAFC, the newest Major League Soccer team in LA, and Cal State LA to renovate Cal State LA Stadium, field, and construct a new state-of-the-art professional soccer training operations facilities on campus. He directed the comprehensive rebranding of the university, raising Cal State LA's profile regionally and nationally. His leadership was central to the acquisition and financing for the university's world-class television, film, and media center. Dr. Gomez also helped develop Achieve LA, a collaboration between YMCA, Metropolitan of Los Angeles, to create pathways to higher education for youth in underserved communities. Before joining Cal State LA in 2009, Dr. Gomez served as higher education advisor to the President Pro Tem of the California State Senate and executive director of the California Educational Facilities Authority, the state's highest education facilities financing agency. In addition, he held senior positions in the California Department of Justice and the State Treasurer's Office. While head of CEFA, Dr. Gomez assisted California's independent colleges and universities with financing for campus development and construction, issuing over $1 billion in financing, and implemented the CEFA Academic Assistant Grant Program, which expanded post-secondary educational opportunities for low-income California students. He also built a coalition of legislative and community leaders to solve the urgent funding crisis at the Charles R. Drew University of Medicine and Science, preserving vital patient care, training, and research in Los Angeles' neediest communities. Dr. Gomez is an award-winning teacher who has taught courses at Cal State LA, USD, Chaffey College, and Mount SAC. At Mount SAC, he received the Educator of Distinction Award. He serves on the WASC Senior College and University Commission, the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation Board of Governors, and Executive Committee, the Board Directors of the Western Justice Center Foundation, and previously served on the Board of Directors for the Broad Center and the Advisory Board of Teach for America Los Angeles. Dr. Gomez happens to also be a resident of Pasadena. He lives in Pasadena with his wife, Catherine, and their 3 children and 2 dogs. Now, the third item that I'm going to report out is that in closed session, the Board of Trustees approved a settlement agreement and general release with employee number 10327754. The agreement provides that the district will pay the sum of $133,000 to employee in exchange for the employee's resignation and execution of a general waiver and release of any claims against the district, in addition to other monetary items. The vote was as followed. Motion made by Trustee Osterling, seconded by Trustee Kwan, and the vote was unanimous. I also want to just clarify the vote for appointment of Dr. Laura Amiris. The motion was made by Trustee Osterling, seconded by Trustee Gibson, and the vote was unanimous. Thank you. Now we have roll call.
Trustee Chen Lau,
Here.
Trustee Gibson,
Here.
Trustee Kwong,
Here.
Trustee Martin,
Here.
Trustee Osterling,
Here.
Trustee Silver,
Here.
Trustee Wong.
Here.
Land acknowledgement. Trustee Gibson.
Pasadena City College is a learning community within the indigenous homelands of people who have been known as the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians of the Sitwamni Village and Kitch Nation. Tonight, we acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this land on which we gather. We also honor the legacy of the African diaspora and recognize the United States as we know it was built at the often fatal expense of forcefully enslaved Black people. We are indebted to their labor and the labor of many Black and brown bodies that continue to work in the shadows for our collective benefit. PCC and its faculty, staff, and students recognize that we are all simultaneously teachers, learners, and guests on these lands. This acknowledgement is a small part of an ongoing process of working to raise awareness about histories that are too often erased or forgotten, to recognize our place in this history, and to affirm our commitment to social justice, systemic change, and anti-racism.
Thank you. Now we have Pledge of Allegiance. May I ask Trustee Osterling to take us with the pledge?
Please stand and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now it is my pleasure to bring up Avery Bradley, who is our student trustee. I'm going to go over there, Avery. Avery is entering her second year at PCC as a political science major. As a student at Crescenta Valley High School, she was a staff writer and opinion editor of the student newspaper, The Falcon. She has served her community as a representative of YMCA Youth and Government, including statewide service as Speaker Pro Tem and a delegate to the statewide conferences. She has also served in leadership roles with the California Scholarship Federation. She currently interns with Front Porch, providing educational projects for seniors around Los Angeles at affordable housing centers. It is my pleasure to welcome you onto the PCC board. So here we go. I, Avery Bradley, state your name,
I, Avery Bradley,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of California
and the Constitution of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental obligation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties of which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. Thank you. Approval, reordering of agenda items.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Introductions and recognitions. There are none. Okay. Public comment on non-agenda items.
We do have a few public comments here today. I would just like to remind folks that you have 3 minutes for your public comment for each speaker, and I will let you know when your time is up, or you can look at the little blinking lights to your right when you're up at the podium. And thank you for being respectful of that time. Our first comment today will come from Ms. Shaganaka.
Good morning. Today I want to talk about someone I never like, but I still want to say thank you. When I was a kid, I used to complain to my mom's breakfast all day long. It's impossible to swallow. It tastes like Panda Express. However, until my mom kicked me out of the house, right now I realize how amazing it feels to have someone cook me breakfast every morning. I never know how good I have. I never know what I have until I lost it. I lose it. And once I lose it, I can never get it back. So that is just my final comments to Superintendent Andrew Jonas. Like I said, I never liked her at the first place. However, I do believe she is a hard worker, and then she work hard for this college. I believe that she is a victim of the politically correct movement in this campus. Until President Jones and several of her friends come here talking about if we don't hire a black, we are racist. If we don't hire a woman, we are misogynist. All those woke, politically correct threat to the board. From that moment, I realized how good the President Andrew Jonas is. At the final meeting, I really wish I want to talk about one thing specifically. I want to thank her. It's during the pandemic that when I was being locked inside of my tiny apartment for 1.5 years, that my ADHD is getting worse and worse, that we have nobody to talk to, where my professors never teach except telling me to read the book, telling me to do those multiple choice, and then without giving any real-time lecture, real-time knowledge. And then President Andrew Jonas decides to bring us back, even though with a lot of fat pushback from other people. I can proudly say that she saved my life. She saved my education. She possibly saved my future career because of her courageous action. I never liked her. There are so many things I do not agree with her.
I appreciate for your comment. Our next public comment will come from Kaylee Trezos.
My name is Callie Trezos, and I'm a volunteer with the Pasadena Complete Streets Coalition. Now, later in this meeting, you'll have the opportunity to adopt a resolution in favor of safe streets in Pasadena. Sierra Bonita is one of 4 streets that is proposed to be redesigned that will be safer for pedestrians and riders for all ages and abilities. The design will reduce traffic speeds and traffic volumes on 4 streets in Pasadena, north-south streets. The proposed improvements have already been funded by Metro. However, there is something called the All Ages and Abilities Standard that is going to become a national standard developed by the National Association of City Traffic Officials. Okay, in short, it's called NACTO. The current design does not meet NACTO standards. And that is because they do not wish, well, the NACTO standards would require the traffic be under 25 miles an hour, maximum speed 25. So the current design doesn't meet the standard, and the traffic speed is #1 factor in whether or not a walker or someone on a bicycle gets hurt badly or not. So Pasadena engineers have got many different tools to slow speeds and reduce volumes, including speed humps, diverters. Now, the final design should be left to the engineers. We just want the city to set the standard. And I would please ask you to approve the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next comment, will come from Colin Bober.
Good evening, board members, staff. My name is Colin Bogart, and I'm a resident here in Pasadena. This is actually my first time attending a Board of Trustees meeting, and I have to say I'm really appreciative of your clerk. I think you're the clerk, who informed me that we had the option of speaking now during non-agendized time period, because it's probably going to be a while, I'm told, until you actually get to item J12. So thank you for that. I truly appreciate being able to speak now. I too am a volunteer with the Pasadena Complete Streets Coalition. I'm on the steering committee. I'm also the active transportation director at the local nonprofit known as Day One. Both organizations support transportation options that include biking, walking, and transit, especially for our city's youth and students. And I want to thank you for considering support for Pasadena greenways and the all ages and abilities standards of which Callie was speaking of. The greenways, the new Union Street protected bike lane that's under construction right now, and the extended bike lanes on Cordova, which are also about to go under construction. These are all going to give PCC students, faculty, and staff more options to go to and from PCC without a car. 2 of the greenways will connect directly to Union and Cordova, and the 3rd greenway, Sierra Bonita, leads directly to the PCC campus. All of these projects will enable safer, healthier, and more sustainable transportation options to and from PCC. But they have to be built correctly, which is why the all ages and abilities standards are so important. The big picture on a regional level is looking better and better all the time. And I wanted to just mention this a little bit to sort of frame how this actually fits into that. With the extension of the Gold Line, now it's called the A Line, to the east, and the regional connector that just opened in downtown LA, students from as far as Pomona, Long Beach, and Santa Monica can now travel to Pasadena and PCC without driving a car. When the NoHo to Pasadena bus rapid transit line is complete in a few years, students from as far as Chatsworth in the San Fernando Valley will also be able to travel here with ease. Our Pasadena bike and pedestrian projects serve our local needs, but they also provide the last critical leg for trips that come from further afield. I want to thank you for your support for local transportation projects such as the Greenways that also fit into the bigger regional picture.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment will come from Jennifer Chung.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer. I'm a member of many organizations in my community that fight for AAPI rights and justice. I'm here to talk about what's been happening recently with the Board of Trustees here at PCC. 4 of the 7 board members of the PCC board, Sandra Chen Lau, Christine Kwong, Steve Gibson, and Alton Wang, have dealt with unprofessionalism, discrimination, bullying, and personal character attacks by the white members of the board and the former president and superintendent, Erica Jonas. This is the first time in the history of Pasadena City College where the board majority is made up of members that are Asian, Pacific Islander, or persons of color. Since the API majority members that are Asian members were elected to the board, both student and faculty life at Pasadena City College have improved dramatically. Asian representation in high-level positions at PCC is non-existent, and having 4 Asian members a part of the board is an amazing accomplishment. PCC is also widely recognized as a transfer leader and is one of California's top schools for transfer to the CSU-UC system, as well as USC, Art Center College of Design, Caltech, and more. 77% of the student body is non-white and of a racial minority, 48% being Latinx, 25% Asian, and 4% Black. Last June, Pasadena voters elected 3 new board members in a plea for new leadership and for better representation of constituents, students, and faculty members of PCC. Christine Kwong, Steve Gibson, and Alton Wang have become valuable members of the board who, since being elected, have stayed true to their focus in ensuring student success and enrollment, which has been monitored since their tenure. API board members have helped pass healthcare to part-time faculty workers, engage with community partners in other districts, which has never been done, and have been accessible to all stakeholders at PCC. Their qualifications and competency have been constantly questioned and challenged, most recently being accused of not attending a training which was targeted at Asian board members. Amidst bullying, intimidation, and personal attacks, API board members have remained dignified and respectful of others and their differences in opinions. They continue to work in the best interest of students and betterment of PCC. I unequivocally support and stand with the API board members of PCC. Thank you.
Our next comment will come from David Monkawa.
Thank you. Can I give my time to the person I was holding it for? Thank you.
Hold on. What's up? I usually don't have good experiences with elected officials because they don't seem interested in what I have to say. But I feel seen and heard by members of the PCC board. They bend over backward to listen to all voices, even those who vilify and disagree with them. I know they reach out to all members of the community and get their input. And they have shown nothing but respect to the student body, faculty, unions, and staff. And that shows in their work. I appreciate they have chosen to protect the college and follow the wishes of students and employees. I also want to thank Sandra Lau for her service as board president. Representation matters. As an Asian, I don't see enough people like me in leadership positions. I keep seeing Asian women stereotyped as meek and docile. So it's inspiring to see an Asian American woman presiding over a college board and being graceful in the face of adversity. It's also good to see a majority Asian board. Too often we're just a token. Believe me, this matters to the 25% of students here who are Asian. Community colleges are here to help people reach their full potential, whether it's high school graduates or people seeking a second chance at life. I know this board is creating the best environment to empower and educate them. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next public
We
comment.
are with the Progressive Asian Network for Action
Thank you very
organization.
much. Thank you very much. Our final public comment today will come from Dr. Bernardo.
Good evening. Let's everyone take a nice calming breath. The air somehow feels lighter in here today, but the issues are still quite serious, so let's talk about impropriety. Since the federal indictment of the former POTUS was unsealed and the world got to know what Trump did, many have been shocked by the cavalier nature of how some of the most dangerous secrets of the United States were handled by him. The former guy seemed either too dense to grasp the significance of info he was privy to, or he cared so little about things that he knew were important to keep secret that he was accused of, among other things, storing classified documents in a bathroom piled up along the wall inside a shower, waving classified documents around in view of randos nearby. This example illustrates the need for anyone in possession of confidential info to have the fortitude of character enough to keep those confidences, which is why it was disturbing that Trustee Tammy Silver looked quite chuffed as she spilled PCC's confidential info on May 26th. Trustee Silver embarked upon an often incoherent complaint about legal matters that seemed to me should be privileged and should not have been aired aloud at a public meeting which was being live streamed. I'm not sure what the issue was, but I understand that when a lawyer tells you you should probably not talk about something, then you're either Trump being interviewed on TV or possibly duller than the plastic soup spoon to keep talking about it. Why was it so important that Silver would risk penalties and lawsuits to air what seemed to me to be a trivial grievance in flagrante delicto for all of posterity on YouTube? Among her improprieties were her use of the pluralis majestatis by referring to something the board wants when she was talking about only herself, who seemed to want whatever invoices she was going on about. Her disrespect of board president Sandra Chen Lau while spilling privileged info like an open box of top secret papers in a resort shower. Ignoring repeated advice of the board's lawyer who advised in real time that revealing the substance is a violation of the privilege. What happened with Trustee Silver was a grotesque display of ignorance combined with privilege. Silver knew what she was doing was wrong, but she said she was willing to take that risk because of some insubstantial concerns about what exactly did this need to happen, like a temper tantrum in the grocery aisle because a parent wouldn't give her what she wanted. Instead of taking a page from the Marjorie Taylor Greene playbook, Trustee Silver needs to think about whether she still serves her community by doing what she has been doing lately, potentially costing all of us as a result of her supercilious and pointless behavior in this room. What I see as a candidate for re-election taking any opportunity to call attention to herself in performative acts of false concern. I think Trustee Silver may have misjudged what kind of attention she would be bringing upon herself by her unfortunate, disappointing, and unjustifiable actions while demanding clemency for her misdeeds out of clearly fabricated concern. And when she is voted out, she will have only herself to blame.
That concludes public comment.
Approval of minutes for special meeting number 17, May 11th, 2023.
Motion to approve the minutes from item D9 through D13.
Second.
All those in favor? You know what,
Aye.
student trustee, I'm going to say, because you weren't at these meetings, that you abstain from this? Okay, great, thank you. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Board committee reporting out, information item. Trustee Martin.
Yeah, we did have a budget and audit committee. The two recommendations from the committee are on agenda later, so we can skip the summaries from me and wait to get to the real deal and the real people.
Great, thank you. Okay, Trustee Osterling.
The Facilities Committee also met, and likewise, there will be a matter that on our agenda today that we considered and made a unanimous recommendation for approval, and that will come up later in the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Kwan.
The Accreditation Board Policy Committee met last week, and we are made a recommendation to approve these revisions to the board bylaws on the public records. We received a new policy on anti-racism, and that was also approved and made for recommendation. Also another one for standards of scholarship, assessment services, and location of district workshops and retreats have been moved forward for recommendation. Two policies got sent back for review. The first one is the teleconferencing to better align with the recent amendments to the Ralph Brown Act, so it's a little bit more readable. And the second is the conflict of interest. I'm going to be sending it to board counsel to make sure that aligns with the government code.
Great, thank you. Now we have combined consent calendar, student instruction business.
Sandra. Committee.
Yes, Trustee Gibson.
Yeah, actually, my committee did not have, the Legislative Advocacy Committee did not have quorum, so we didn't have a formal meeting, but I did receive a report on legislation that's going on in Sacramento, and we'll get a future report as bills move forward there. And I reviewed the Greenways resolution that we'll be voting on later. And I support the Greenways resolution for Pasadena.
Thank you.
Well, there's one more item I forgot to mention.
Yes, Trustee Kwan.
The Accreditation Committee also opened a discussion about making a recommendation to form a new committee called the Student Success Committee. And we asked Dr. Ramirez to do some research as to the feasibility of that type of committee, the composition, the time commitment from PCC administration.
Thank you. Now we have E, combined consent calendar items, student instruction business.
Motion to approve consent calendar items F1 through H20.
Second?
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Consent calendar students F.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. We went through E through H, right? Okay. Okay.
Point of order, I think the motion might have erroneously said F.
Sorry, I said H. I said H.
H.
Okay.
F1 through H20. So we're done with H. So now we're on I.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Thank you for the correction. Personnel, student trustee does not vote. Approve personnel consent calendar. Is there a motion for the personnel?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Employment changes status and separations.
Oh, sorry, I meant to say approve some consent items I2 through 4. So those 3 items.
And I'll
Thank you.
second the same.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. J, action items recommended for approval. We have a public hearing initial proposal for negotiations for the 2023-2024 academic year from Pasadena Area Community College District to the California School Employees Association. So I am going to call the public hearing to order. Any comments?
As a point of order, are we able to do the hearings together for both 1 and 2, or do they need to be separate?
Separate because it's different units.
Because it's different representation units, we're going to need to do them separately, but thank you for the question.
Okay, all right.
Any public comments? Okay. The board will now accept public comments not to exceed 5 minutes on the
Close
issue.
the, if you would, point of order, please. And then you close the public hearing. You get to hit the gavel one more
I know,
time.
but we're still going to see if there's any public comment.
Oh, on that first item?
Yeah, on the first item.
I'm
right.
sorry.
Okay. So if there are none, I'm going to close the
Thank you.
hearing. Thank you. Now we have public hearing regarding initial proposal for negotiations for 2023-2024 academic year from the PACCD to the PCC-CFT. I'm gaveling the public hearing. The board will now accept public comments not to exceed 5 minutes on this issue. Any public comments? Okay. Great. The hearing is now closed. Now we have the public hearing on adoption of the fiscal year 2023-2024 tentative budget. The board now accept public comments not to exceed 5 minutes on this issue. Okay. The hearing is now closed. Is there a motion?
Are we getting a presentation on the tentative budget? Yes.
All right, so there is a presentation.
All right, good evening, trustees. We're going to walk through our tentative budget this evening with you all. One quick clarification that we always try to make as it relates to tentative. So tentative is really intended for the college to be able to operate its operations starting July 1st. There are still a host of activity that's happening. So the budget that we're presenting is intended to sort of be placeholders for our adopted budget, which we'll come back to in September. All right, we're going to talk a little bit about what we're seeing signaled from the governor's office related to May revision and budget priorities. We'll give you a quick overview of tentative budget, the summary level information, and see if there are any questions, as well as what our projected fund balance is. All right, so the California Community Colleges May revision. So as you all are aware, the budget gets posted, the initial budget proposals get posted by the governor in January. And then there's a lot of conversation and commentary amongst legislators, system offices related to sort of advocacy pieces. And then we get the May revision. And some of those pieces that continue to be the focus for the California Community College's multi-year roadmap focuses on equity, student success, and enhancing the system's ability to prepare students for California's future. That last bullet point is really intended around the intersegmental collaboration between UC, CSU, and CCC. So each of them have their own roadmaps that sort of tie up to this larger vision. The largest portion of our conversation around the budget that happened in January and the change that we saw in the May revision is that there's an increase of $652 million in ongoing Prop 98 general funds, of which in January we were told, or what was planned was an 8.13% cost of living adjustment for the student-centered funding orders, so our apportionment dollars. In May, that got changed to 8.22% of a COLA based on our apportionment numbers. One of the pieces that there's a lot of conversation around, and where we may receive some information when the governor signs the budget in June, is there's a lot of, this is a hotly contested item across the state, not only related to the size of the COLA, because the COLA actually is applied to a host of different areas. It's not just salary and benefits, it's actually the colleges who receive this funding need to cover any adjustments in costs related to contracts, related to just business operations, utilities, increases that they may see on the capital outlay side. So those pieces sort of all get bundled together. And so there's just a lot of conversation around how the state can better signal to, districts, or even potentially calling it something different. There's a lot of conversation around that, as well as just the size of the COLA makes it's a challenge for this long-term sort of conversation around salary and benefit piece of it, because the college is needing to manage these other cost increases. So we may see some conversation around that as we get into the governor signing it in June, as well as trailer bills, which then lead into our September adopted budget. So I just want to put that on your radars, that is a robust conversation that's happening at the state level. Yes, sir.
Ms. Jones, can I ask a question while we're still on this slide? And it's just, I'm trying to understand the math. So in the original January proposed, it was an increase of $652 million, or 8.13%. And in May, a downward revision because of what's going on with the state's revenue collection, and it's an increase of $25 million, which is much less, but it's still, the percentage went up from 8.13 to 8.22.
It's a good clarification. So what it's saying is that the 652.6 million is now 677 point.
Got it.
75 million.
So it's additive.
It's just saying the change between what was placed in January versus what was put on the docket for May.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so anytime there's conversations about COLA, I think what's challenging for, districts in California, particularly with the state, is whenever there are adjustments made in one category, what happens is it gets taken from other categories. So as the state has signaled a potential 8.22% COLA increase, what they've done is then take that from the deferred maintenance. So we're seeing some decreases in funding related to deferred maintenance. So it's a little bit of, we're just sort of trading shells a little bit in terms of how we're shifting resources, which can be a challenge for colleges, particularly as you're thinking through scheduled maintenance that isn't covered under bond dollars. It can be a challenge because these were dollars that were actually earmarked and said that we would receive. So there's an initial decrease of $213 million in one-time Prop 98 general funds. And then May, the signal is that there's going to be a decrease of $452 million in one-time Prop 98 funding. So we are needing to watch that fairly closely, because that will that impacts the type of work that we're doing on the capital outlay side of the house as it relates to, maintenance that's normal, painting, roofing, and those sorts of activities. So, it's one of those things that we have to be nimble enough to, conservatively plan for, because the state is consistently adjusting their projections, particularly as they're still needing to figure out or anticipate with the delays in sort of property taxes in those pieces. It makes it really difficult for the state to make those commitments. So we are seeing a reduction in that area. There's ongoing, I'm sorry, go ahead, Trustee Wong.
No, that's totally fine. When we had the January budget possibilities come out. Were there things on deferred maintenance that we thought we would be doing with that money that we are now, likely having to put on hold?
Yeah, so we actually every year have to upload to Fusion, the Chancellor's Office, our deferred maintenance plans. So there's a lot of activities around parking lots in particular, some activities that happen just in terms of painting and keeping sort of the uptick that we'll need to reevaluate once those decisions are finally made.
Thank you.
Trustee Osterling?
Ms. Jones, will our share of that decrease, PCC share, be about $9 million?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
On a positive note, the state continues to signal for us, a commitment to student enrollment and detention dollars. So there is an increase of $200 million in one-time Prop 98 funding to support our efforts as it relates to strategies to increase student enrollment and those retention activities. In May, $100 million are going to continue to support those pieces. So, again, I think that the state is needing to manage some of the deficits that they're not able to cover, particularly as they're making increases in other areas. I will say that in this category in particular, I think it's going to be very important for the district to be thinking through these strategies as they relate to sort of our eventual FTS numbers and calculations, because those will eventually in 25, 26 impact what our base level is going to be set at, and then we will maintain that base for until we recoup our enrollment numbers for the pre-pandemic numbers. So it's nice that we're continuing to receive funding. I think it puts a little bit of focus on the endeavors that many of our colleagues at PCC are working on and continue to do great work in increasing our enrollment numbers, both in summer and what we're already seeing for fall. Trustee
I think you
Martin?
just answered the question I was going to ask, but for clarity, the current hold harmless then expires 24-25 and we reset 25-26? Is that what?
That's correct. So our new base will be calculated on 24-25. That number, which may include a COLA, that number will become now our forevermore 25-26 and on apportionment number until we can gain those enrollment losses. Now, this is what would I say? This is a difficult one. So this is the COVID-19 block grant. So each of the districts you can sort of apply for, and we actually have already received the funding. This was about a little under $10 million, so it's $8 million that we've already received. The state is signaling that they are going to be pulling back or decreasing that funding line, and so it might be half. So we might lose, we will lose $5 million about in terms of the previous commitment that the state had signaled and actually that the college received. Will probably be taken back in either our apportionment adjustment in the future months. So again, this sort of piece, I think where districts have some challenges in terms of predicting whether it be tentative budget or even adopted, is when we receive funding, we sort of expect to keep it. We are fortunate that those funds had not been designated as of this point, and so there is just an adjustment in terms of our thinking about what we would have used that funding for. But these are the sorts of shifts that I think make it difficult for us to make these long-term planning objectives when we say we were going to receive money and then now it's coming in a different way, or we need to adjust. All right, so here is our summary for our tentative budget. So you'll see our state apportionment, the revenue dollars there. Lottery, we always adjust the lottery numbers because that's based on FTS. Our state mandated claims, non-resident tuition is a little bit up, so we're projecting actually increase in our international student population, which is really great. Our CalSTRS on behalf payment and some increases in our categorical and students. So that top portion is going to be the revenue that we expect to receive from the state, which does include that 8.22% COLA. And then what we project our expenses to be. So just as a reminder, the bulk of our revenue is used for salary and benefits. So 87% of our unrestricted general fund is going to be salary and benefit dollars. So we're very thoughtful in terms of the decisions that we're making related to that, because that's people, that's our people. And then, of course, you'll see our supplies and materials, our operating expenses, what we're projecting. Capital outlay, there's a little bit of a transfer, and our other outgoing transfers to other funds, whether it be to pre-fund, let's say, OPEB liabilities or our property and liability insurance pieces. All right, and this is just the greater detail. You'll see where those transfers are going. In particular, so we talked, it's almost, 4.8 million, and you'll see where they're designated. So there's 500,000 that goes to support our parking fund, which is a restricted fund, 178,000 that supports our child development center fund, the 687, our capital outlay, and then both the 1.5 and the 2.1, which is respectively the property liability insurance and then the OPEB self-insurance pieces. So we always try to proactively pre-fund those pieces, so we're not, so it's included in our budget in a way that then, those liabilities are covered if need be. This is just a quick overview. The college has, in the last 3 years, we received $116 million in total of our COVID. So we just always like to kind of message out for our CARE and our HERF funds for the institution. So this is the actual, let's see, the state, the CARES Act portions. You'll see each of the HERF 1, 2, and 3 of each of those pieces. There's about $5.2 million remaining on that. We did receive, the district received a no-cost extension on our CARES funding, so most of these funds will be available to, the remaining balances of the funds will be available to us through June 30th of 2024. Most of those funds were set to expire this, like in 13 days, but I think a lot of districts were working proactively to, try to think through the planning pieces, and so there was an extension process that we applied for and then received. These are the COVID, the CARES, HERF block grants, so you'll see those. That $9.9 million is the funding that we received earlier this year. I want to say in February, that we expect to receive, or half of that portion to be pulled back. So again, we hadn't designated, so that's good for us. And now this is the student portion of our activities as of April 30th. And so there's a little bit, almost $900,000, remembering that the student portion actually goes directly into the pockets or bank accounts of our students. And so we work really closely with our financial aid department. They have an elaborate strategy on how they award those funds and get those out to the students. So they expect to actually expend those funds by the end of this year. Any questions?
Trustee Gibson.
Yeah, in terms of restricted, I know you had a line for restricted income and expenses on one statement. Is there any reason to think restricted funds might change over the coming years?
We haven't seen, there hasn't been any messaging related to that. I mean, those funds are always, just like our unrestricted general fund, it's possible, but we haven't seen any messaging from the state that those funds would be diminished.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the tentative budget.
Is there a second?
Second?
All those in favor? Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, at J4, the appointment of interim superintendent president contingent on subsequent approval of employment contract.
Madam Chair, I move that we appoint Dr. Jose Gomez as our interim superintendent president contingent on subsequent approval of an employment contract.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Now we have the resolution number 780, resolution of the Board of Trustees of Pasadena Area Community College District, County of Los Angeles, California, authorizing the issuance and sale of its 2022 election general obligation bonds, 2023 Series A dedicated unlimited property tax bonds in an aggregated principal amount not to exceed $130 million and approving certain other matters regulating to bonds. I know we have a presentation.
All right, trustees, round two. Here is our what we want to walk you through the process by which we're sort of seeing not only our projects related to our first issuance, but also the market, see if there are any questions and the recommendations on our timeline. I am always joined by my colleagues here. I'll let each of them introduce themselves because I think that's easiest.
Good evening. I'm Ann LaMorena Rolene. I'm a partner with Norton Rose Fulbright and have the privilege of acting as the district's bond and disclosure counsel.
Good evening. Rachel Chankoi with Philman Rollap and Associates, and we represent PCC as your municipal financial advisor.
Hello, everyone. My name is Trennis Wright. I'm with Raymond James, and we are your bond underwriter.
All right, we will jump right in. We're going to give you a quick recap of where we've been and then walk you through the Series A GEO bonds detail and then end with next steps. So we were here back in March just so that the district could start to prepare our pre-issuance work related to our Series A issuance. So it's $130 million. Of which the estimated annual tax rate of $20 per $100,000 of assessed value. Since that time, just to give you a little clarity on what we've been working on, so we've been planning the Series A bond projects, what we expect to use for that $100 million in terms of project dollars. We've drafted the legal documents and disclosures, which were all in your packets this evening. We've had to consult a tax counsel regarding some planned project expenditures. We've continued to monitor the municipal bond market as well as prepared a comprehensive credit rating presentation. So anytime we do an issuance, we have to go to the credit agency bureaus and have them re-rate us. We did that with S&P and Moody's. And then we met with our budget and audit subcommittee, and we have affirmed PCC's AA plus by S&P and our AA1 by Moody's. That was confirmed with us last week. So lots of work in terms of just getting us prepared for selling bonds in July. A little bit about that tax document. We'll actually, Rachel will cover that in her slides, but Depending on what the use is of particular facilities, or if we are leasing them out, they may not be able, we may need to have taxable bonds. And so that's the endeavor of us having the conversation with our tax counsel. So we'll talk a little bit more about that, but that's the reason why we had that meeting. These are our Series A bond projects. So there's a lot of design work that's going to happen. So while we're projecting new buildings that are going to happen related to a new student services building, a STEM or some sort of sciences building, there's a lot of sort of pre-work that gets done with architectural designs, DSA submissions, and so all of that work will be covered under Series A. We also have Galloway Plaza. So Galloway Plaza is the reason why we have that taxable portion that we'll talk about. And the reason why is because whenever we lease a facility to a private entity and they're making profit and the district then kicks back in terms of commissions, we cannot use tax-exempt bonds for those. And so there is a small portion that we've plotted for or planned for in this issuance. We have a ton of rehabilitation projects and renovation projects, so e-buildings, so we're trying to sort of cover that east side of campus, mirror pools, Sexton Auditorium refresh, an incredible amount of infrastructure projects. And so while our buildings, some of them are 100 years old, so is the plumbing and the roofs and all of that good stuff. So there's going to be quite a bit of work in this issuance that's going to be related to infrastructure and site utility upgrades, sewer and storm drains. Those aren't the most exciting projects, but they're necessary in order for us to make this sort of building program in our future years. And then, as you're aware, we messaged to you all too in March that we will be repaying our COPs with this issuance, as well as then planning for the W building demolition. So those sort of, we expect about $100 million in project-related funding, with then the COPs being paid off. All right, come on.
So this slide may look familiar to you. We presented it back in March, but now you have the actual documents in your packets. The district resolution, which comes before you this evening, authorizes certain form documents. It authorizes, if approved, for your resolution to go to the County Board of Supervisors. They have a form of resolution that is also in your packet, and that authorizes them to levy taxes sufficient to help repay your bonds. There's a form of bond purchase agreement between the district and its underwriter at Raymond James that will govern the terms of the bonds when you go out to market, and once those interest rates are locked in. There's also the official statement. That's the 200-page document. It's important for securities law purposes that you all take a look at it. We've already received some comments, which is great because this is important. This is the document that will include the district's audited financials. It includes your tentative budget. It includes all the information that any prospective investor would want to know about PCC when deciding whether to purchase your bonds versus another district's bonds. Within this, there's also an appendix containing a continuing disclosure agreement. In order for your underwriter to purchase and sell your bonds, they need to ensure that the district enters into this agreement that says, for so long as these bonds are outstanding, the district will continue to post its annual audited financial statements as well as certain listed events to keep the marketplace apprised as to the financial condition of the district and everything else that's going on here. So for example, if the board approves, we issue the Series A bonds and we prepay those Seraphian building certificates of participation, then within 10 business days, we will assist the district with filing a notice to the certificate holders, letting them know that their certificates are going to be paid early. That's one of the events that's listed in there. So that's just sort of a preview, but again, by approving this resolution, you're giving certain district officials the authority to, on the pricing date, either assent to go forward with the pricing or to wait or to move on, but it also allows them to sign and enter into all these agreements that are before you today.
Thank you. Can I go ahead and walk up there? Okay. So I'm going to, no mic, so I'm going to speak loudly. A little background about it. So the message of this graph is the interest rates have not changed. The benchmark and MMD rates. MMD is an acronym for municipal market data. The rates are at least once a day, once a day, and our time. But the message of this graph is rates since the beginning of the calendar year haven't changed. Rates are going over here. Right, let's focus on one rate right now. 30-year rate, 358 at the beginning of the year. When we presented in March, it was down to 342. Today's 350. It's been 350 for the last 2 weeks. I think it's down about 2 basis points in your favor now. It's roughly 350 still. That rate is holding steady. Short term, the 2-year rate has come up, 30 basis points, 0.3% since the beginning of the year, which is kind of in line because the Fed controls the short-term rates, and those have come up a lot more than long-term rates. I'll show you a graph on that. But then your 10-year rates started the year at 263, 259, and now it's 257. This is the benchmark 2-year rate. So end-to-end calendar year rates, benchmark rates, 30%. Okay. All right. So you're borrowing money. I went through this question last time. When you're borrowing money, is this a good time to borrow money? What this graph is supposed to explain is where we are historically with rates. Okay. So when you sell bonds, okay. Can everybody hear me all right? Yeah? Okay. So when you sell bonds, unlike a mortgage, where you have a 30-year mortgage, and you pay a little bit of, it's one rate, and you pay a little bit of principal and interest, right, for the life of that loan. Bonds, you sell a little bit of principal in every year at a different rate. Okay? So there is a benchmark rate for years 1 through 30. Okay? Now, to synthesize this graph, let's focus on the 30-year again, okay? So the blue bar is the range of the 30-year MMD rate for the last 30 years. So it's been as low as 127, which is what this table tells you. It's been as high as 695 in the last 30 years, okay? Right now, okay, the average for the last 30 years of that 30-year rate is 415, which is there. But that's what this blue bar is meant to tell you, is that this is where all these rates for years 1 through 30 have averaged for the last 30 years, is that blue line, okay? The red line is to tell you where are we now relative to that. As you can see, as you would expect, given the Fed is lifting short-term rate as high as they have, which is the one they really control, short-term rates through years 5 are higher than the average, historical average. Thereafter, they're below in just about every year, or in every year, okay? And this table tells you by how much. So the 10-year rate is about, at 69 basis points, so 0.69% lower, et cetera, out to 30 years, which is 0.65% lower than the historical average, okay? So that's what this is expected to explain, is that, hey, when's a good time to borrow money? Well, best time is right there at the bottom. Okay, a reasonable time, right, or the average time, call it, is this blue bar, right, because it's the average. A reasonable time would be, you would think, anywhere below that. And we happen to be, fortunately, be below it by more than 0.5% for just about every year. So in my assessment, it's a reasonable time to sell your bonds. Okay? Hopefully that's helpful. So then, it's okay, we're sitting in June. We're not selling until roughly, well, and there's a timetable at the end of this presentation. We're selling July 18th. What's demand going to look like? It's hard to assess, okay? It's hard to assess what kind of investors and how many, et cetera, are going to show up on sale day. However, what we do know is historically summer, so June, July, August, there's an awful lot of redemptions, repayments to bondholders of existing bonds, okay, tax-exempt bonds in California. This is just California, okay? In the summer, there's an awful lot repaid to bondholders who hold bonds similar to the ones you're about to sell. And typical of a bond fund or an individual, right, and those are the extremes of our market, right, but they'll reinvest that money in the same asset category. Okay? So we look at the last 5 years and say, hey, is July a good time to sell? Well, my estimation, right, August for the last 5 years has had $8.5 billion to $10.5 billion redeemed just in that month. So therefore, if we sell July 18th and we're settling August 3rd, seems like a pretty good time to catch that wave, in California speak, right? So this was last summer. Okay, there was a big June because the state had a lot of redemptions last year, but we're expecting something similar for this summer. I don't have June's number, it comes in, there's a bit of a lag, but something similar to these bars we expect for this summer. So yes, I would say demand's going to be good by the time we go to sell your bonds, because everybody's going to have an August payment coming in, is going to know, hey, if I buy Pasadena CCD's bonds, I'm going to have the money to pay for them in August, and there's an awful lot coming in August. Does that help? Yeah, any questions on any of those? No? Okay. Thank you.
Now that you've heard about from Trennis all the market information, I'll be going over what does that mean for our proposed Series A GEO bonds. You have seen the slides before with the statistics, but I would like to start with just some of the high-level updates. So first of all, some of the assumptions remain the same, just the conservative nature when it comes to our planning process. For example, the conservative assumptions on assessed valuation growth moving forward, as well as the tax rate projection, the $20, while the statutory limitation is $25 per 100,000. And we also continue our conservative approach when it comes to interest rate assumptions. All the numbers you're looking at here, they have been updated. So last time when we were in front of you back in March, the rates were based on February 7th, plus 100 basis points or a full 1%. Now that we're approaching the sell date or the day that we plan to be in the market to lock in interest rates, we have updated the interest rate assumptions based on mid-May numbers, plus 50 basis points. Still, there are some cushions in there, but then at the same time, we thought it's reasonable. What all that means, we have a lot of statistics on this slide, but the upper right-hand box, that one line item that explains what that means to the Series A bond issuance is to look at the all-in true interest cost, or TIC. That's basically a blended calculation of the interest rates for year 1 through year 30 for the Series A bond. And right now we're looking at 4.62% for that average interest rate. And back in March when we presented to you, that number was about 4.6. So that goes consistent with what Market Slides just updated the board members on. We're looking at a lot of movement up and down, but we're roughly at similar places right now. And talking about the sources and uses for the Series A, now you can see that we're still targeting a total of not to exceed $130 million, but now they're broken down between tax-exempt financing versus taxable. That very small taxable portion is to fund about $11 million for the Galloway Plaza project. I'm happy to get into any details, but here's updated numbers as well as that chart on the projected tax rates and our plan to reserve tax rate capacity for the future issuances. And the last slide I will cover, this is a slide that we look at the entire measure PCC implementation as a whole. We think it's important when you're issuing a financing, not just to look at a financing in silo, but looking at the program as a whole. And I'm happy to report that based on the 3% AV projection, as well as interest rate assumptions that we're using and updating, this looks like we will be able to implement Measure PCC based on your current plan timing, as well as that staying under the $20 tax rate. I also want to make a note, this is only the implementation for the project financing. We'll continue to monitor the market for any refinancing opportunities as PCC has done in the past.
All right, so we're here on June 21st, looking for a recommendation to approve this agenda item and the resolution to sell bonds. So, and then following that, then we get into, you see step 4, step 5, just the normal county levy resolutions that we're working with. The offering of the district or investors, all the pre-market geo bond activity. That'll happen between the 11th and the 14th. We expect to then pre-price, price, and sell and underwrite those bonds on the 17th or 18th. And then post-sale actions leading into the final moment where we are prepaying, closing, and then prepaying our COPs on that August 2nd and 3rd date. That is our timeline. That's the direction that we're going, and we're happy to answer any other additional questions.
So, Ms. Jones, on the timeline here, if you could go back to the timeline slide.
Of course.
Thank you. If there were to be some radical increase in interest rates during this timeline for some unforeseen reason, are we locked in all the way to the final at what would then be a much higher rate than we planned on, or can we pull back if necessary?
We can always pull back if necessary on the 17th and 18th in particular.
I have another question. We talked about the Galloway Plaza, and we leased that to a private sector company. So I assume that lease's income is UBTI, and that's why it would be taxable. And then, do we have a separate issue of a taxable bond for that small amount, or is it one issue where a portion is taxable and the large component is tax exempt?
The latter.
Okay, thank you. I have a comment too. I wanted to thank you for your presentation to our rating agencies and maintaining PCC's outstanding bond rating. And if you could repeat for the audience where we rank in the state with the community colleges in terms of our bond rating.
We have an exceptional rating, so I might pick on Trennis to help remind me. So I know that for S&P AA+, we are leading. There are only like six in the state that have a AAA rating, and those
Six have a. You worried about your double
Go,
A plus?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 6 of us that are go.
You're right.
AAA,
She's right.
please.
She's right. It's 6 have AAA, but those are the likes of your basic aid or community-supported districts, right?
Yeah.
And then there's ones like yours, which are really one notch below AA+ from S&P, AA1 from Moody's. Now it varies between the two institutions, right? So S&P I think has about 6 or 8 that are in your category, and Moody's has like 10 or 11 that are in your category. But I mean, you're right at the top end of both.
Thank you for your good work on that.
You guys.
I was going to, if there were no other questions, I wanted to first also thank you all. I know every few months you all come back with moving along this timeline, and it's this packet of information, especially the statement is lengthy and it's a lot of work, so I appreciate all of you all. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve this resolution and all of its accompanying documents.
Is there a second?
Second.
Student trustee? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know I'm congratulating you, but really the college should be congratulating ourselves. But thank you for the great work. Thank you.
Sorry, interest rate? Yeah, I don't remember.
Now we have item J6, which is receive the initial proposal for negotiations for 2023 through 2026 academic year from California School Employees Association, CSEA, to PACCD. Is there a motion?
The motion here would be to receive it, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So you can. Go
So
ahead.
moved.
I'll second.
The student trustee does not vote on the following negotiations. Okay, just wanted to give you, not leaving you out, but just want to give you a heads. Okay, great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Now we have to receive the initial proposal for negotiations for the 2023-2026 academic year from PCC CFT to PACCD. Is there a motion?
Motion to receive.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now we have J8, adopt the initial proposal for negotiations for 2023-2024 academic year from PACCD to CSEA.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And now we're going to adopt the initial proposal for negotiations for 2023-2024 academic year from PACCD to PCC CFT.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Now we have the authorization for year-end appropriation transfers.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We have approved modification to the credit curriculum.
So moved.
Second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We have resolution number 777. Well, those are great numbers. Transportation alternatives.
So moved.
Second. Oh.
Second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We have adopt resolution 778, declaring salaries indefinite for 2023-2024 fiscal year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Student trustee. Adopt resolution 779, authorization temporary interfund cash borrowing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Student trustee.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Number 15, resolution number 781, approving and authorizing the power distribution center request for pre-qualification for proposers and for leaseback project delivery method services.
I will move to approve this, and this item was discussed in our last facilities committee meeting, and there was a unanimous recommendation to the full board to approve this resolution.
I will second that motion.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Now we have the resolution 782, commemorating Immigrant Heritage Month, amended.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approve minimum wage rate increase for 2023-2024 fiscal year for unclassified employees, schedule effective July 1st, 2023.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approve MOU between Pasadena Area Community College District and California School Employees Association salary increase for fiscal year 2023-2024.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now we have information items. Acting Superintendent President's Report.
Sure, thank you. So I just have a few things. Our summer schedule is moving well. We have students on campus, so we're really excited. A lot of online classes as well. I'm pleased to share that Dr. Salvatrice Cuomo has been selected as the 2023 recipient of the San Gabriel Valley Excellent in Workforce Development Award, given by the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership. Yes. In honor of her work to enhance the future of San Gabriel Valley residents and their career prospects. She will be given that award on September 16th at a gala hosted by the organization. Again, congratulations, Salvatrice. We've had an excellent series of events last week honoring Juneteenth. Every day included a lecture, panel discussion, screening, other activities that engaged with the topic raised by this commemorative event. Thanks to all who turned out to spend time reflecting on these issues. In the midst of Pride Month, yesterday we were honored to welcome Trustee Wang as we featured the raising of our Pride flag. So thank you for being there. That was great. It was a wonderful event. The activities were hosted by the Pride Center throughout the month. The college has also moved to its summer schedule, reducing operations on Fridays to our 4:10 schedule. And so we're glad to provide some flexibility to our employees during the summer months. That concludes my report.
By the way, thank you so much for serving as our acting president, Dr. Ramirez. It's been a real pleasure working with you, and thank you for stepping up and taking this role as acting president.
Thank you. Thank you for your confidence.
Now we have the Division of Institutional Equity, Diversity, and Justice report. I understand that this is going to be a high-level preview for us, and that we will have a more detailed report to come in September.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you so much for making the time to have me share our progress in relation to the Student Equity Plan. My name is Kuei Dang. I'm the Executive Director of Student Equity under the Division of Institutional Equity, Diversity, and Justice. As a review, we finalized our 2022-25 plan at the end of November of 22, and we're about 6 months into our efforts. As a brief reminder of our commitment that the college has made in November, our plan focuses on racial equity. Specifically, our racial imperative is to close equity gaps for our Black, African American, and our Latina, Latino, Latinx students, the two student groups that experience the most disproportionate impact in the 5 student success metrics that define student success. And just a refresher for those who don't know what the 5 student success metrics are, they cover the whole student's journey from successful enrollment to persistence from term to term, to completion of transfer level math and English, to transfer to a 4-year university or attainment of a certificate or degree. I'll start by just sharing a data update or a snapshot of the last 2 years, thanks to Rob Gomez and Dan Huynh from the Office of Institutional Research, who helped me put these data slides together for tonight. I won't go into depth with these tables. They are pretty self-explanatory, but we'll give you some broad strokes in terms of how our Black, African American, and Latina, Latino, Latinx students are doing related to student success. In essence, as you can see here, in terms of enrollment, progress is slow for our Black African American students, and we are moving in the right direction even though it is slow. The next 3 tables highlight success, retention, and persistence rates. Again, there is slow progress from fall 21 to fall 22 or spring 22 to spring 23. For example, in terms of our success rates, we've gone from 69% to 74% for students overall in the last 2 years. And we've also made some significant progress with our Latina, Latino, Latinx students, with success rates in fall 21 at 61%, and they've moved to 68% in spring 23. In terms of retention, actually, I want to also highlight, unfortunately, our equity gaps have widened for our Black African American students, with an 8% equity gap in fall 21 to a 14% gap in spring 23. So although our gaps have, although our students' over enrollment rates have gone up and our success rates have gone up, unfortunately, our equity gaps have also widened. This is also the case in terms of retention and persistence. Again, you can see that we have increased our student overall retention rate from 82% in fall 21 to 86% in spring 23. We've increased our persistence rate from 66% in the fall 21 to 69% in fall 22. But if you look at the gaps, for example, for persistence rates for our Black students, in fall 21, it was 5%. In fall 22, it's 6%. So again, these stubborn equity gaps still remain, even though we are making some progress. In terms of, I share these broad strokes just to point out that our student equity gaps remain a challenge for us, like most other community colleges across the state. And this is a reminder that we must continue to be more laser focused on our efforts and to continue to increase our resources for our Black, Latino, Latinx students, and in particular for our Black African American students. We also understand that there's no quick fixes, and that change will happen slowly. As long as we keep focused on supporting and expanding what's working and are committed to changing and trying new things. You may remember that one of the themes I had mentioned in the fall around our student equity plan is inquiry. No jumping to conclusions about why gaps exist, but doing a deep dive into understanding all the factors that contribute to the gaps. I'm proud to report that we've spent the last 6 months creating more spaces for students to share with us what they're experiencing, particularly in the classroom and with our faculty. Through the Student Success Committee and through our faculty data coaching program in collaboration with Institutional Effectiveness, we've conducted over 25 listening sessions or focus groups with mostly Latino, Latinx, and Black African American students, and have asked them, what has helped you, what has hindered you in success in the classroom? Here are some themes in relation to faculty that Black African American and Latinx students have shared. One, a majority of them have shared that they've had to learn how to do college by themselves because people assumed they knew how to do it. What we call the hidden curriculum on how to navigate the college system. Students shared that it was critical for them to learn these skills early and that if faculty could help them understand them earlier and not know and not assume that they know what they think they know. For example, we shouldn't assume students know how to navigate the waitlist system for classes or how to use Canvas or how tutoring works in our success centers. Students don't necessarily know what to do or what to expect when we say, just go get to free tutoring or come to my office hours or just look it up on Canvas. There are many steps that we assume they know, but they don't. Second, student-faculty interactions matter. A majority of students shared that their number one reason for being successful in a classroom was making a connection with faculty. This may sound obvious, but over and over again, students shared if their faculty knew them, if they took time to talk to them, or were accessible and responsive, they were more likely to stay in the course and more likely to succeed. Students also said that disconnection or barriers to communication, not responding or not being present with faculty could contribute to them leaving or not getting the help they needed. Communication is key towards success, and how can we do that better? Students also said flexibility in grading and classroom policies were important in relation to student success. Given our COVID reality, students are facing high mental health challenges and external factors, and they need faculty to understand these realities. Courses with high-stakes testings, rigid deadlines, significant busy work were examples students shared as barriers to success, while courses with equitable grading practices, flexible deadlines, and multiple opportunities for assessments help them be more successful. The fourth one, a surprise to some, students also said over and over again that they wanted rigorous courses that challenged them. Most said that these courses that they thrived most in were courses that connected their lives and the world around them in terms of career and lived experience, even if the workload was difficult. This is just a snapshot of some of the findings that came from our students, and much of what I shared is not surprising, but gathering the student voice is critical in our inquiry work to identify strategies and opportunities to address closing gaps and to understand where we can improve. So what did we learn or do with this information? What is our college doing? Here's just a few highlights of what the college has done in response to what we know. Students have a lot of knowledge and told us over and over again that they want to be asked about their experience. Almost every focus group, students express wanting more opportunities to share and provide input. We will continue to do these listening sessions this coming year in the effort to center the student voice. An example that I'd like to highlight is the great work of our Equipo Latinx Student Advisory under one of our HSI grants with Dr. Desiree Zuniga. She has led efforts to train student leaders on how to facilitate student groups, and they will be leading some inquiry efforts in the fall. In collaboration with the Office of Institutional Effectiveness, we launched our first faculty data coaching program with 12 math and English faculty and their deans over the last year, building the skills of our faculty to analyze their own course data and center equity and inquiry in their teaching practices. This will continue in the next year with a second cohort of faculty from the Social Sciences Division. There is also now an equity dashboard where faculty can easily access their own course data. Also, in partnership with instruction, we are increasing our professional development opportunities for new faculty with the expansion of a second-year new faculty seminar, a year-long community of practice anchored in equity for all our new faculty. Also, under the leadership of Dr. Miriam Altunji, our Dean of Enrollment, we've just hired 3 new retention specialists to help students with things like the hidden curriculum and focus on not just enrollment, but helping keep the students we do have and ensuring they are successful. Under our IEDJ area, we're hiring a new Black Student Success Specialist, as well as an LGBT plus Student Success Specialist to ensure that we continue being laser focused and specific in terms of the needs of our students. We'll also be hiring a cross-cultural coordinator specialist to elevate our identity affirming programs across the college. I'll end with some of the amazing work that our transfer center is doing under the leadership of Dr. Tamika Alexander and her team, including doing specific focus groups on how to increase Black transfer and Latino Latinx transfer, expanding services like Panic Week, helping almost 600 students this last fall during the last week of the UC-CSU admissions deadline, and University Day with on-the-spot admissions from HBCUs and increasing scholarships for college. These are just a few things the college is doing, all in collaboration across campus with student services, instruction, institutional research, our area. So as you can see, we are intentionally trying to not only weave funding efforts, but weave programs. I hope to share more in the next year on how these efforts are progressing and hopefully making a dent in some of these stubborn equity gaps. I always like to end with a reminder that this work is in service of students. I want to thank the Transfer Center for these photos. These are photos of students getting help, building community, thriving at PCC. You see graduation photos, you see them coming together to get services, you see them being together. And this is the spirit of our student equity plan, and we hope to continue it. And that's all I have to report, and I'm open for questions.
Trustee Wang?
Well, first, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I think it was incredibly insightful, of course, always, but also I think helps on the board kind of have a sense of where things are at the moment. You know, I think the action plan slide, that was so helpful, and get a sense of like where we've been, where we're at now, where we're going. You know, I really appreciate all of the, you know, the what are we doing, the strategies, those pieces of it. You know, obviously I understand that, you know, we're going to continue talking to students and continue engaging them as, you know, the student equity plan continues to move forward. How do y'all see at IEDJ about how we adapt or change or adjust or modify any of these strategies as we receive more feedback from students down the line? If that makes sense as a question.
I think that I think there's so much to do, right? It's like a sum of all parts, and so there's not one part that's going to close a gap. So I think for students is like, where are the tweaks, right? Like if we have retention specialists, is it math and English that, you know, we need to focus on as a pain point? Is it, you know, them not understanding how to get through counseling and getting the right classes? So there's lots of points that we can focus on. And I think as we hear more and more from students, we can undo our assumptions and tweak what they really need and find those opportunities where we can make those slight changes. And so I think as we all probably have, unless you are a student currently, we don't see things in the eyes of the students, and so we make assumptions like, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to have a full-time person that just works on application deadlines or whatnot. But then the students are saying, we don't have an issue with that, we have an issue with this. So I think those small tweaks in terms of what these new full-time staff are going to work on will be really helpful, because there could be so much that they focus on. But the reality is that we need to, again, be laser focused and figure out what are the priority areas. So we hope that the students will help us with that.
I really appreciate that, and I think it's clear that the feedback that you all are hearing from students and that we're hearing from students is stuff that we are currently acting on and incorporating. And I think providing some continuing this kind of conversation and providing that feedback that you're getting from students will actually help the board as well, because I think it's important that as y'all are hearing this, that the board also needs to make decisions that are going to be aligned with what we're hearing directly from students. So I just thank you again, and I appreciate all of the work that you all are doing throughout all of this entire plan.
Thank you, Trustee Wang.
Trustee Silver?
Hi. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question how we're getting the student feedback. I love surveying, people, and I'd love to build a culture of surveys in this college. And so I'm just wondering how you do get the feedback.
Yeah, well, institutional effectiveness would be better to answer the survey question, but in terms of our focus groups, it's actually a lot of work because students are really busy. But we got a community excellence grant to buy gift cards for our students, and we try to buy pizza or food for lunch. So we literally send out personal emails, or we look at different data sets that we want, like if we're particularly looking at what, for example, our Black males are saying, or challenges they are. We'll work with institutional effectiveness on sending an invite to all of that cohort, and then we provide them with a gift card and food as enticement to spend time with us. Yeah. So it's been a lot of work because we're working with we work across the campus and with faculty and staff and try to recruit students from diverse experiences. So we don't just want everyone from associated students or who are leaders on campus, but we want students that are non-credit, that only take online classes, that are returning students, parents. So we try to really do that by working with institutional effectiveness to do personal invitations.
Thank you.
That reminds me, I think, first of all, I want to, obviously deeply thank the foundation and the folks that make those grants possible. I think it's because this work is so important and because we're getting such valuable feedback when you are enticing students to be in the room, that it'd be, I think it's really important for us to be able to continue to have that kind of funding to support that. Of course, right now having the foundation support is critical and super incredible, but I want to make sure that we can continue that in a way where we don't have to be dependent on a grant to continue soliciting this feedback in the years to come. But that's just a broad future thinking comment.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, thank you so much. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. You were mentioning previously how you send out these invitations to certain groups from diverse backgrounds. Could you clarify how you send out these invitations? Would it be through email?
Yeah, it's mostly through email and text. So we've been using our text system as well as through emails.
Okay.
Student, did you have some suggestions that maybe we need to do it on
Yeah.
TikTok
It's
and
very
not
hard.
on email?
I'd love some more suggestions, because when we send out thousands of emails, we're looking at a very small amount that actually respond, but we keep trying.
Well, as a student, I would say that maybe focusing more on publicizing it through social media. I know it's a specific invitation, so you may not be able to do it as personalized, but I know that publicizing it a little bit in more of a digital space, like social media. I'm not sure necessarily about TikTok, but I know a lot of students use Instagram, and TikTok is always a potential kind of thing you can do. But I would say that as a student, I'll check my email, and some of it is important, but some I'll brush it off if it's just, for example, advertisements from the PCC bookstore. So,
Okay, we're going to have to talk to the PCC bookstore about that. But go ahead.
but I would say if you want to increase your numbers, focusing on invitations that are to spaces that are more applicable to students everywhere, including online spaces, could increase your numbers. But yeah.
Absolutely. I think we were willing to try everything, even a TikTok video. We had talked about making a 30-second TikTok video.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you so much for the presentation, and we look forward to seeing you and Dr. Boland back in September. Thank you. Before we go into announcement, I'd like to have one more reporting out item from closed session, and it's that in closed session, the board took action to approve settlement agreement, case number 20-STCV09245, and a copy of which is available for public inspection upon request. The vote was unanimous in support of the settlement. Thank you. And now we have announcements by shared governance representatives and Board of Trustees. So I'd like to start with the associate student representative. Welcome to your first board meeting, and Elizabeth Donner Tundra.
That is correct.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. So, distinguished board member, guests, faculty members, and fellow students, I extend my warmest greeting to each and every one of you this evening. I am Elizabeth Donna Chandra, serving as Executive Vice President of the Associated Students. Although our office is currently without an elected president, I am honored to assume the role, stepping forward to fulfill the responsibilities and vision entrusted to this esteemed position. I am thrilled to announce that the associate student has started upon a new term, and at present, we are fully engaged in a comprehensive training program. Our enthusiasm knows no bound as we delve deeper into understanding the intricacy of our institution and its administration process. We are driven by a strong dedication to our collective missions. It is our desire to forge strong partnership, fostering collaborations and cooperation among everyone to bring a mutually beneficial solutions. We will be resilient to our commitment to amplifying and represent the resounding voice of our students, ensuring that their concerns, aspirations, and ideas resonate throughout our campus. As we embark on this new chapter, I express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your unwavering support. Together, let us embrace this opportunity to bring positive change to our institution, to empower our students, and to make a lasting impact within our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have classified Senate.
Good evening, James Bull, Classified Senate. This time just want to report out on Classified Appreciation Week, which we had in May. It was a success, and we wanted to take this opportunity to thank Management Association, Academic Senate, and PCC leadership team for their generous support and the time and effort spent to recognize every classified staff member and acknowledge the work that they do for our campus community. Our Classified Senate retreat is scheduled for August 17th at Huntington Library. We'll be planning out our 2023 to 2024 year and onboarding new senators at this time and discussing future goals. Classified Senate also looks forward to participating in the selection process for the college's next superintendent president. We not only want to thank outgoing Superintendent President Erica Andrew-Jonas for her service to students, staff, and faculty, but Dr. Laura Ramirez for stepping into the acting role during this transition period. I also want to welcome new classified staff, internship developers Isabel Ochoa and Noel Gonzalez, Lancer Pantry Program Coordinator Marissa De La Torre, Student Retention Specialist Madison Clark at Pathways, Assistive Technology Specialist Danielle Barbaro at DSPNS, and Accountant Yeren Balian at Fiscal Services. We'd also like to thank classified staff members Andrew Daniels, Elizabeth Porter, and Shanina Sturgis, who are retiring after a combined total of 109 years of service to PCC. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, 109 years. Thank you. Management Association?
Yes, thank you. Carlos Tito Altamirano, Vice President of the Management Association. The AMA would actually like to begin by formally welcoming Rigoberto Hernandez to our ranks. He's our newest administrator and he will serve as the custodial supervisor. And we'd also like to thank and acknowledge Dolores Ibarra, who is our director, well, technically was, our Director of Development Operations for her service to PCC and our PCC Foundation, and we wish her well on her future endeavors. Last week, the MA held its annual retreat, where we focused on leadership accountability with a guided conversation by Carolina Caro from the Conscious Inclusive Collective, where diversity, equity, and inclusion meets leadership development in an integrated, holistic manner to make it part of how we do business. In that, we'd like to thank Dr. Jason Robinson and the MA Board, who helped put together a successful retreat and a joyful social to end the day. Next, I'd like to highlight some of the work that our managers have been taking part in. Some of it was already spoken about today, but I'm still going to do it. In commemoration of Juneteenth, Dr. Carrie Boland and Quay Dang, leaders in the Division of Institutional Equity, Diversity, and Justice, IEDJ, hosted a week-long series in collaboration with several areas across campus, such as TABE and Build Women, to celebrate, reflect, and center Black communities. As part of Pride Month, Carol Calandra and Mindy Throop, in collaboration with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, are hosting an LGBTQ suicide prevention workshop on June 29th here on our campus. Dr. Raquel Torres Zetana and her team have earned a 3-year grant through LACIF in partnership with PUSD and CAP to work on capturing and elevating the student voice in dual enrollment. Through the leadership of the VP for EWD, Dr. Salvatrice Kumo, Jacqueline Javier, Leslie Thompson, and Carol Calandra are together submitting a grant for LA County focusing on America's Job Center of California modernization for veterans and the allied healthcare fields. Regarding scholarships, through the work of our foundation, namely Chris McPeak, PC awarded over $500,000 in scholarships this spring semester alone. We awarded scholarships to nearly 1,000 students. Also, while it's 6 months away, mark your calendars for Friday, December 8th. That will be the next scholarship ceremony, and their theme is Greece. Speaking of art, with the support of Zach Graff and Deans Solomon Cross and Mark Lowentrout, the Center for the Arts venues hosted over 60 events and performances this spring semester alone, hosting over 3,400 attendees. In addition to our student-led events, faculty and alumni were in the spotlight in the events that included a film screening of Haiti is a Nation of Artists, an award-winning film by Jaquil Constant, a PC faculty member, performances by UCSD Wind Ensemble and Symphony Orchestra as part of their spring tour, and the U.S. Air National Guard Band of the West Coast. Upcoming events include the summer production of Shh, the Library Musical, a new musical with books and lyrics written by David Saldaña, who is one of our PC faculty, playing in Sex and Auditorium July 13th through the 21st. And lastly, AMA continues to have conversations with members about our concerns with the Board of Trustees, specifically about our vote of no confidence on Board President Chen Lao. Recently, we met with the leaders of the Coalition of Asian Pacific Employees to discuss the factual documents that led us to this vote, and our members remain concerned and diligent on our quest for transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Trustees report. Trustee Osterling.
Do you want to start with a student trustee or not? That's up to you.
I'm going to go.
That's fine.
It's her first meeting, so I thought that I would give you.
Yep. It's late. It's past my bedtime, so I'll be brief. I want to welcome our new student representatives, our acting AS president, and our new student trustee, and thank Dr. Ramirez for stepping in as our acting superintendent. That concludes my report.
Tonight on agenda, we approved revised contracts and extensions or amendments, whatever you want to describe, for both Pasadena Northwest and Pasadena Rosemead. And I am very excited about both of those, but obviously representing the Rosemead area and knowing the importance of PCC Rosemead to that community, I'm just thrilled that we were able to get some more time and continue the great offerings and work that's being accomplished at PCC Rosemead.
I also want to welcome our two student representatives. Thanks for joining us. And I wanted to express my appreciation for the programs of Juneteenth that were organized by Director Carrie Boland and the Kwai Dang and the other administrators. So it was some amazing, great programs for Juneteenth. So I want to express appreciation for them. That concludes my report.
Trustee Silver.
I'd like to report that we had a community forum a couple of Saturdays ago where we had our city councilman, Jason Lyon, and the PUSD school board member, Patrice Marshall McKenzie, and myself talk together to the community as a way to break down silos and bring all levels of government together and supporting our community. And in doing this, we found I'll just touch on a couple of really wonderful things that we can do together. One is our central library is closed for quite a number of years. And in researching PCC, I learned that anybody in the community can get a library card and use our PCC library, which I told. And more than that, our library has resources that, as an academic higher education institution, are precious. They're the academic journals, which are very expensive to buy. They are freely accessible to the public. They have a subscription with HBO documentaries, freely accessible from your home. You can go onto the library website, watch the documentaries, look at these academic journals, and I think that will be of great help to our PUSD students and the students in all of our districts. So that was something. We talked about how PCC houses a small business administration office, which offers free advice to the community. If you're thinking of starting a business or you want to grow your business, please, avail yourself of these services. And just a really wonderful linkage with PUSD, PCC, Cal State LA, with a teacher training pathway where we will connect with PUSD students interested in becoming teachers, bring them into PCC to do their general ed. We have an articulation is the formal word, a connection with Cal State LA where they can do their teacher training. We hope that they come back to Pasadena for field work to be student teachers, and then we hope that they come back and they stay in Pasadena, community teachers. So there's so much we can do together. It was a success, and I know that we'll do something again in the future. Oh, if you want to see a video, we live streamed it, and it's on my Facebook page.
Thank you. Trustee Kwan.
I'd like to welcome our new student trustee, Avery Bradley, and our ASB student representative. During this time of transition, it is such a great privilege to have Dr. Ramirez step up to the plate and to make a decision to actually work with us, which takes a lot of talent, strength, courage, and just a desire to meet that challenge. So thank you very much.
Trustee Wang.
Fantastic. Well, I just wanted to start off by saying Happy Pride Month to everybody, even though we are on the tail end of Pride Month now. As Dr. Ramirez mentioned earlier, I was honored to join the raising of the Pride flag yesterday on our campus, even though it was a little bit delayed because the original scheduled date had to be moved because of weather, believe it or not, in Southern California in June. But it was really important and critical to see it flying above our campus. I think it's a reaffirmation not just of our commitment to our LGBTQIA plus students with our establishment of our standalone Pride Center and all the work, the important work that the folks at the Pride Center do, but I think it's more important now than ever to reaffirm that commitment, especially in the light of the attacks against LGBTQIA plus communities that we're seeing, not just across the country, but as I said yesterday, that's happening right here at home. We're seeing just in Glendale this week the intense attacks against the inclusion of queer and trans voices in not just the classroom, but just existence in the community. And this is not somewhere that's in states many ways away. It's a neighboring city to Pasadena. And so I think it's really important for us to continue to be not just a beacon for students that identify as part of this community, but that we are continuing to be inclusive and welcoming of all students, not just this 1 month out of the year, of course, but across the year. And in that same vein, I was honored to also join an incredible organization, Equality California, to march in the LA Pride Parade a couple weeks ago. My legs, I think, still hurt from that, but it was a lot of fun joining, I think, a dozen of our state assembly members, a number of our local leaders in that event. I also want to obviously recognize the events that have happened on campus that took place for commemorating Juneteenth. I had the opportunity to attend one of the poetry readings where I just was mesmerized by the, not just talent, of course, but the importance of our campus holding this series of events, of course, as we continue to work towards liberation for Black communities. Hopefully, as our academic calendar shifts, it'll be at a time where more folks can participate, with more folks on campus, but they were incredible events nonetheless. And of course, I want to conclude by welcoming our new student trustee, Avery Bradley, who I had the opportunity to chat with a little bit already. I'm really excited for your leadership and the work that you're going to do on our board. All of our student trustees in the last few years have all been incredible representatives of the student body, and I have no doubt you're going to do the same. So, welcome.
Avery?
So I'd like to thank you, Alton Wang, for welcoming me a little bit, and I would also like to thank Trustee Chen Lao for giving me my oath. I'm very excited to work with all of you as the new student trustee for 2023-2024. I'd also like to send a good job to my fellow representative from Associated Students, Elizabeth Donatandra, our executive vice president. Like she said, we're currently working through the summer each week trying to navigate how to best perform as student governors and get the voice of the students on to shared administration. And I'm really, truly excited to work with all of you on the Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, let me echo the sentiments of my colleagues in welcoming you and also our associate student representative to be on this board. We know that student voices are important, and your participation in informing us and also in giving feedback will be integral as we Thank you for that. Integral in how we move forward together, as a college. So I really appreciate both of your participation. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank Candace Jones and her bond team in representing PCC at the Moody's credit meeting. I know that we are in a time of transition, and so your steady hand in guiding the college through the bond process and the credit rating process has been very much appreciated. So thank you. And finally, Dr. Bryce Harris and I had an opportunity to meet with campus leaders on Zoom to provide an update at the time on the interim president search and also on what to look for in terms of information that will be coming around the permanent president superintendent search. And what was discussed was that we anticipate quite a bit of participation from all aspects of campus, especially on the front end of a description of the character, expertise, and knowledge of what this community would like to see in its next permanent leader, and as well as in helping the board with how we draft the job description for the permanent superintendent. So you would be getting more information from us. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Harris for taking us through the process and helping us and guiding the board through the interim search process. Finally, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Jose Gomez as our interim superintendent president. I know that my colleagues and I are looking forward to working with Dr. Gomez, and to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues in this decision of selecting and appointing an interim president, and our collective effort in our deliberations and thoughtful guidance with my colleagues on this important appointment. And with that, since we're talking about the president's search, Dr. Harris gave us some dates in July for our board retreat on the search process. And so the dates that he has provided, and he said that this is not going to be an all-day retreat, so it's going to be maybe 3 hours, would be the 21st, 22nd, the July 21st and 22nd.
Is that an either or both?
It's either or, not both.
July 22nd works for me.
So I'm jumping ahead and I'm looking at the proposed future board business meeting dates. And this will be a special meeting
Either the 21st or the 22nd.
of July.
I can do the 21st during the day until 5 p.m.
Could we-
Same with me for the 21st.
Can we do a doodle for this one?
Yeah, let's do a doodle.
Okay.
That's okay.
So, sure, I will work with Dr. Ramirez on a doodle for the board. Any other proposed future dates on any of other upcoming meetings? No? Okay. And then we have proposed future agenda items. Trustee Martin.
Yes, this may sound a bit like a broken record. We were presented a concept by the Management Association to either revise Board Policy 7230 or create a new board policy, I think they affectionately named 7110, which would allow the superintendent president to be the final authority on some classified hiring positions. The reason for this is because many of the quality candidates that go through the PCC rather lengthy process find that they are also candidates at other positions, and because it takes that additional time to queue up for the next board meeting, they get other offers. And not only do we lose really good quality candidates, but requires us to reissue a new search, which involves a lot of additional staff time. In my 40-plus year history on the board, I can't think or know of a time where a classified position that was recommended to the board was ever denied. So I've been a firm believer in this concept. I've asked for it to be on agenda at this body and was told it should go to policy, our policy committee, of which I'm a member. It came up one time in policy committee and was tabled for more information. I respectfully made 2 or 3 requests to put it back on agenda at the last policy committee, and that was denied by the committee chair. That in and of itself is a little bit of a slippery and dangerous slope in my opinion, but that's not my point here tonight. My point here tonight is that I'm once again requesting that the board do consider either revising board policy 7230 on classified employee hiring, or consider a new Board Policy 7110, allowing the superintendent president to be the final authority on some classified positions. This might take 2 readings. It might take a first reading before the board where the concept can be discussed, and if there's majority of which that think it's suitable, we could do more research on perhaps a way to write it, or perhaps the administration, because of all the good work the Management Association has already done, would be able to present in the first pass a sample policy for us to consider. But I'm going to keep requesting till it is on agenda, to which time a majority of the members can make a decision, that we do put this on agenda and honor both what I think is a good idea and a request by one of our associations.
Duly noted. Thank you. Okay.
In the spirit of persistence, I've started since our April board meeting asking to have information about line items on our legal bills, and I would like to continue. I continue to ask for this to be agendized, be it in open session or closed session. Either way is fine, but these are line item charges which the board does not know what they are for, and as a board member, I think it's important we all know.
Trustee Silver, I'm going to continue to respond in the way that I have been consistently, which is that the board council has advised you and all of us multiple times that you can request that information and ask of the board council directly as to what those are. And in the last board meeting, when you were asked whether you have spoken directly with the board council, you said that you have not. And after that board meeting, our board council spoke with you separately to continue to offer that if you have any questions, to please ask them directly. And I would just leave it at that for now in my response to you. Thank you. Any other future items? Okay, great. Adjournment. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.